All right. The deck list updated. And the overlay. Okay. Juan, what's up? Yeah, trying out some Grixis. I think Grixis is like the most common request I have on Discord or on any video. And so I want to, I guess, give it a shot. Over here. All right, settings. Do not remember how to move chat window on OBS. No, I unsubscribed. Understandable. Understandable. I did think it was funny. I played in a cash tournament yesterday. I kind of briefly mentioned it on a Discord or on a Discord. Played a cash tournament yesterday. My local meta, like all RCQ season, has been like 40% Boros, 40% Through the Breach, and then some random like Amulet Titan and Storm and stuff like that. And I played in a cash tournament yesterday. Like RCQ season's over, or modern RCQ season's over. On to, I think, standard this season. Played in a modern cash tournament, and like 80% of the room showed up with Oculus decks. And it was like everybody had just taken their ring decks, all their Boros and Eldrazi and whatnot, and just sold it all off and bought into Dimir like overnight. So that was kind of funny. The room was just full of unearthed Oculus, and there was only one undefeated Dimir player at the end of the Swiss, and they weren't on Oculus. They were on traditional FrogTide and had beaten Oculus the only time they saw it in the Swiss. So it was kind of funny that, like, even in a room full of people that bought into Oculus, like the person who ended the Swiss undefeated was on non-Oculus. So either way, fun times. But yeah, let's, I guess, do this recording for YouTube. Even though I'm streaming it on YouTube. Oh well. We'll do the recording, hop into the matches, and go from there. Or start the recording. So, what's up, YouTube? What's up, Twitch chat? Hope everybody's having an awesome afternoon so far. One of the most requested lists I have, or one of the most requested variants I have to play across YouTube, Discord, Twitter, like everything, is Grixis FrogTide. And so I figured I would give the people what they want today. Mainly when you think of going Grixis in these Dimir builds, it's almost exclusively for like expressive iteration, Obsidian Charmal, maybe Pyroclasm for sure. And you're trying to shore up the Boros matchup with a little extra red removal. I was putting in a lot of thought of what I wanted the red to do in the deck. And Unholy Heat, I think, is like the best red removal spell you get access to. The problem I was running into was if you want to run Unholy Heat, you almost have to run Mishra's Bauble. And then you start getting into like Dragon's Rage Channeler territory. And I really do not want to touch Dragon's Rage Channeler. I think that card is awful right now. When you're talking about opposing decks full of like frogs and eyes that outgrow it, it dies to the ETB off Flage, it dies to a discharge with no additional energy, lightning bolt out of the Boros decks. Like it just dies to a light breeze. And I don't want one of my primary ways of trying to push damage to just die to something like that with no extra value. And I really don't want to play Mishra's Bauble because it doesn't synergize very well with Murktide Regent, which I think is like the best finisher that we have access to. So I couldn't find a way to fit Unholy Heat into the list without having to make those sacrifices. I didn't think those sacrifices were worth it. So I decided to try out Lightning Bolt and Terminate instead of the Unholy Heats. See if they're okay. If they don't do much or don't do enough, maybe I revisit it. If they do enough, well, then I can say, ha 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 ha, I was right, ha 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 ha. But the rest of the main deck, pretty much a base kind of Dimir shell, the Psychic Frogs, Bowmaster, Murktide, trying out a Graveyard Trespasser in the main. Still get to play counter spells, fatal pushes. These 2 Thought Seizes in the main could be something else, but I wanted like a little bit more for some of the combo control matchups since I'm not running 3 or 4 Force of Negation. So that's where the Thought Seize stayed in. In the sideboard, 3 Stern Scolding, went up to the 3rd and cut the Mystical Dispute, 4 Consigned to Memory, 3 Obsidian Charmal, 2 Pyroclasm, 2 Spellbomb, and a Graveyard Trespasser. So we'll see how it goes. Play Classic Dimir against Energy, a lot of fun. I don't know if I'd say a lot of fun. I played in the Showcase Challenge on Saturday, which the video for that is up on YouTube now. But played through the Showcase Challenge, went 7-3, and I think I played against Energy variants 6 times. 6 or 7. Or no, it was played against it 6, and then the 7th, my opponent was a no-show, but like all of their results showed that they were on Energy, so fun times. Lost to it, I think like round 1 and 3, and then beat it the other 3 or 4 times. So that was kind of cool. Got kind of lucky, but you need to get lucky against Synergy. Need to get lucky and find an opponent. Or if I can move this microphone stand a little bit. Oh. Found opponent first. That's a weird sign. Fivor is also currently double queuing in a new to MTGO Modern Gauntlet League. So we're about to get wrecked by somebody that like hasn't even been playing much Moto. We will keep it. We've got 2 lands. We've got some interaction. Hopefully they don't flip over an Oculus. Now, I do want to point out that all of the lands in the deck are blue producing. I don't have a Blood Crypt. I don't have a Raucous Theater, the red-black Surveil land. So all the fetches are blue. We don't have a basic swamp. So if I play out like the Flooded Strand to try to get a Surveil land, and my opponent plays a frog, I will have to Spell Snare if I want to get rid of it on their turn. But I think I just want to preordain. Don't want another Murktide, but I will take another land. And if they go like Thought Scour, Unearth or something, I can force if I go to my turn. If they play a frog, and I go to my turn, I can push it. I could go to their upkeep and push and try to bait like Counterspell. The thing I don't like about that play is I'm using my mana on their turn and not getting a guaranteed result. I think I would rather use my mana on my turn, get a guaranteed result, and if they happen to go like discard Oculus, then I'll just have to plan on forcing Unearth on their turn plus like Spell Snare. Not going to fetch into turn in case of a Bowmaster. And I'm not going to play the Thundering Falls here, because if I see something I want on top, I don't want to have to fetch if I need both of my mana. Try to move this mic stand while they're cantripping. They do have the yard full enough for an Oculus now. Yeah, wouldn't me. Don't mind me just like awkwardly holding my microphone arm. Yep. Okay. Hopefully that's a little easier to manage. Go to their turn, see what they got. Maybe another frog, maybe an Oculus. Okay. Shuffling, I think, for the most part, is over. He said optimistically. So opponent plays land, does nothing. I'll get a Surveil land. I still think there's a pretty good chance that they've got a Bowmaster in hand. Keep an expressive iteration. Like half the reason we're playing this color combination. We'll go Thundering Falls. Keep a Spell Snare. And I'll try not to fetch, but obviously if they do something like put an Oculus on the stack, I'll probably have to Fatal Push. Yep. And if they want to like spend a counterspelling back, that's fine. I like to move away from Oculus. I mean, to be fair, I don't think I ever like really bought into the move to Oculus. So I wouldn't really call it a big move away. Have you considered adding Death Shadow to the deck? Only every day of my life. Now ask me again if I'm actually going to, and you might get a very different answer. Okay. Opponent's got 4 cards in hand. I could go ahead and go for an iteration. They've used up a counter spell. They could have a spell snare. Yep. We'll just pass back. I don't want to go for this Murktide into a possible counterspell when I can't spell snare back. Let them resolve this. Go Fatal Push on the 2/2. See if this is something they want to fight over. Nope. Like they're finally ready to play a Murktide. Well, punished pretty hard for fatal pushing instead of taking the hit or bolting. I guess it could be worse. I think I'm just going to go ahead and bolt this manifest token. There's a chance that this is just like another Oculus or a frog or something I don't want to deal with. So I don't really want to waste my bolt on anything else either. The spell snare. Good attacks out of them. Okay. So we attack him with our FrogTide, and I think if I go with the if I go with the Trespasser and exile their frog, this is, I know I can guarantee block a Bowmaster. If this is another Oculus, I die. Exactly. If I play out the Psychic Frog, I run the risk of one of these last cards being a Spell Snare or a Fatal Push. And I think I would rather play around that than play around this being another Oculus. All right, what you got? Bitter Triumph on my FrogTide. That's pretty good. All right. I think we're a little bit cooked here. I guess we could have drawn a lightning bolt and gotten out of it. We would have had attack with the Trespasser, exile a creature, lightning bolt them. So bolt, expressive iteration into a bolt. We had a few outs. Preordain. But big mistake using that fatal push and not saving it for an Oculus. So that's on me. I will say I noticed during kind of theory crafting the deck that I was really, really light on answers to opposing FrogTides. Like the Terminate, the Sink into Stupor, and that's like it. And usually I'm an advocate of 3 or 4 answers, like 2 Sink into Stupor, 2 Terminate-ish effects. From a cantrip. Might not even want Lightning Bolt. Thoughtseize is probably better than Bolt. They mull down to 6. We get to keep 7 on the play. I'll take a third land. Am I jamming Frog into a Stern Scolding Fatal Push? No. Wait till their turn and go for Bowmaster. We can at least have the chance of like catching a counter spell on the Bowmaster, untap with Frog plus Scolding or something like that. Or if they want to like Bowmaster back my Bowmaster. Yep. Two counters. All right. Well, I'm glad to get Mystical Dispute out of the way because at least that helps open up the path for FrogTide. And they can't Oculus this turn unless they have Frog discard. I can Stern Scolding the Frog. Try to use some of these instants I got in hand so I can get to FrogTide sooner. This would just be a 4/4 FrogTide. Doesn't sound too appealing. Well, need to find iterations. We put them in the deck for a reason. The reason is to draw them. Okay. Oculus down. That can give us Revolt for Fatal Push in case they have an Unearth. Reasonable draw. Guess they have a sink. Yep. Just go ahead and replay the Merc. I know it's only a 3/3, but they don't appear to be doing a lot on their turn, so I'm not sure how useful holding up a bunch of subpar counters is going to be. Good draw. Like to see expressive iterations off the top. Just not into spell snares. I think I'm going to play and crack this spell bomb on their turn, like on their upkeep. Okay. Now I've got lethal on my turn with frog exile to give the frog flying like bolt. So let's start by putting a frog on the stack. Wing in for 6. And we'll just pass and go for the upkeep bolt. Cool, cool, cool. On to game 3. Oh my god, Grixis Gaming, bold move, Cotton. Yeah, I'm not convinced. Obviously, I'm only 2 games into it right now, but I kind of mentioned in the intro to the video that I think, like, the 2 reasons to go Grixis are expressive iteration and unholy heat. And I think you can't run unholy heat without, like, Mishra's Bauble, and I don't like the way Mishra's Bauble interacts with, like, the rest of the deck. The subpar cantrip, it doesn't react or doesn't interact well with FrogTide. So it's kind of awkward to have in the deck, especially if you have to run like 3 or 4 of them. And without Mishra's Bauble, I just don't think you get Delirium consistently enough for Unholy Heat. But that's why we're seeing if Lightning Bolt's good enough. If it is, cool, play Bolt. If it isn't, cool. Decide if Mishra's Bauble's worth it to you. Maybe, like, I don't even want to say replace Preordain with Mishra's Bauble, because you're still kind of running into the issue of not having enough card types for Delirium. You're running Bolt, would you want to cut 2 Bowmaster for, like, Snapcaster? I don't want Snapcaster anywhere near my deck. But that is me personally. If you want to run Snapcaster, run Snapcaster. But I don't think the card is worth it. Bobble DRC or a package without one of the other subpar. I would agree with that as well, and I think that that DRC is pretty awful right now. Never underestimate the Ambush Viper. I will absolutely underestimate the Ambush Viper when the meta's top deck is full of a bunch of first strikers. Like, you can't ambush Viper an Amped Raptor or an Ocelot Pride. You don't want to ambush Viper and a Johnny token. Alright, can we find a land? Nice. And I think I'm just going to windmill slam my own frog. Unholy Heat came in because the rest of the package was already overperforming. You mean the DRC Bobble package? Because that package, like DRC in general, looks absolutely awful into anything with Flage or Discharge. Mostly Flage, because it just gives a target that dies to a Flage ETB. And now, like, the first half of Flage is a liability instead of just the second half. Unearth a frog. Okay. Have another counter spell. Yep. A lightning bolt, you boomer. Truth. X out. Do you think Wizards will have the willpower to destroy the One Ring? I saw Infect have 4 rings now. What a world. When it comes to any potential One Ring ban, to me, there's a big part of the equation that I think gets kind of glanced over a lot. And it's that whether you think the ring should be banned or not, there are some uncertainties that we have no control over. For example, I don't know, whenever Wizards comes into an agreement with someone like whoever owns the rights to the Lord of the Rings, there's always contract negotiations that go into play to be able to represent that set for a while. When it comes to the Lord of the Rings set, for all I know, there's a clause in there that could say you can't ban anything from this set for X amount of time. It might not be, but it could be, and it's the kind of thing that if you're a corporation that's kind of predicated on making money off something like this set, they probably wouldn't express that it's in the clause if it is. And so they could very easily have something in there that prevents them from banning the One Ring. Why Wizards would agree to something like that, I don't know, but it could happen. And if that happens, then, well, good luck keeping your rings around. Need to find me a FrogTide. Like yesterday. What do I think of this? Well, let me see what this entails. All right, so this goes back to the idea that I think this card, Mishra's Bauble, right here, is the thing you want nowhere near like your FrogTide deck. And I don't think it's enough to justify Unholy Heat. That's the issue I have with this Mishra's Bauble Unholy Heat package. Like, it's a step in the right direction because it doesn't have DRC, but just that makes no sense. Well, I gotta counterspell this because my only real out at the moment is a FrogTide. Alright. Assuming they're just gonna fire off this spell bomb right away. I mean, I guess we do have iteration coming off the top, so maybe like iteration into a fatal push or something. Bauble's also a good hit with your iterations. So that would lead me to the second concern is I agree on the idea that I think iteration is iteration is probably like the reason to go Grixis. That does not mean that I think iteration is in a good place in Modern right now. I think a lot of times when people want something like iteration to be good, and the reason iteration was really good before was you were iterating against other decks that were also casting iteration. So you were iterating against like is it FrogTide decks, or you were iterating against Omnath pile decks and stuff like that, and iteration looked phenomenal because you're in a like grindy card advantage war from the start. That's not Modern right now. Modern right now is Boros, Mardu, dot deck, and sprinkle in Storm and Belcher and fast combo decks that you don't have time to cast these like grindy mid-range cards against because you're just going to get run over. So that's my current thoughts and issues with iteration in general. We're against Mill. Iteration best card confirmed. I don't think that's what I said at all. Like, I don't think iteration is a bad card right now. I think it is a bad time to be, or I don't think iteration is a bad card. I think it is a bad time to be casting iterations. One day you'll change my mind. I hope you do. Like, I don't mind being wrong on opinions. You are surgical extracting my counter spells on your own upkeep. If you're going to do this, why wouldn't you do it on my turn? Unless you just like didn't have the stop? Am I forcing this? Like, I kind of need to keep the cards in my yard to be able to cast a FrogTide at some point. And I don't think Spell Snare is particularly good against them, so... Assuming it is in fact mill. Okay, you got it. You got my counter spell. And why are we casting them? Because people won't stop commenting in Discord and on YouTube and everywhere else that they're doing so good. All right. I'm not going to call anybody out, but there are a lot of people posting on YouTube comments, in Discord, everywhere else, talking about how they're doing so well with Grixis. But if you go to the Grixis results, it's just littered with like 03, 3-4 and 1-1, 2-3, 3-2, 1-4, 1-4, 2-3, 0-2, 0-4, 0-3. Like, where are all these people who are putting up Grixis results when you actually go to look at the results pages? That's what I want to know. That's the question that I want answered. If the deck is doing so well for you and you're getting all of these results, awesome. Where are the results? Everyone 4-0s F&Ms at their LGS, and let me tell you, mine is super competitive. That's always my favorite part. Like, you don't understand. My LGS is full of Pro Tour grinders. We've got all the best players you've ever seen in your life at my LGS. Most competitive LGS on the planet. Waiting for someone to 4-5-0 with 60 islands so we can stop calling league results. I feel like at some point in the history of Moto, somebody has to have done just that. They have to have trophied with just mono islands. All right. So I'm going to put FrogTide on the stack before I do anything else. The reason I'm immediately putting FrogTide on the stack is if they happen to have that ancestral card, whose name I can't remember to save my life, I don't want them to be able to draw 3. I don't want to like go to combat and attack and let them draw 3. I'd rather just like shut that down right now. My LGS can beat your LGS. My LGS said, I want to meet your LGS in the parking lot and you're going down. Yeah, Visions of Beyond. That's the one. I like that concept that we need to play bad decks to prove that deck is really bad. Welcome to my channel. That's 99% of what we do is... I don't like sitting here and saying I theorize this deck is bad for XYZ reasons. I want to prove that deck is bad for XYZ reasons. See if they got to drown in the lock. You have fatal pushed my my dude, homie. Lead with preordained. See if I find a psychic frog or a bolt. Or a bolt. Boop. Really hope your last two cards aren't Force Negation blue card. It's going to be embarrassing. But yeah, I feel like in the history of Moto, somebody had to have 5-0'd with 60 islands at some point. And it's just like, this format's easy. Like maybe 3 of their opponents disconnected and the last 2 were just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't want to play against counter spells anymore today. You got it. I could 100% see that happening. All right, let's get rid of a couple of these removal spells. I might want to bring in Graveyard Trespassers, just a little extra pressure. Maybe board out something like a Spell Snare. Or board out an Iteration. Iteration's a little slow. Nice Surgical's OP. I played against a mirror match just for fun yesterday at that cash tournament. And my opponent like surgicaled my FrogTides game 2. And I kind of just like nodded and agreed and was like, you did the thing. Because I think they were kind of proud that they surgicaled them. And I didn't want to like bust their bubble. Never know if I want Scolding against Mill. I like it better on the play. Not really a fan on the draw. Because like if the first crab just resolves and goes unanswered, you got some issues anyway. I'm pretty much just going to keep whatever I see on top. Because I know they're going to mill me with the crab anyway. So, no reason to like bottom anything if it's dead. Let it be dead in the graveyard. Surgical is the most misused card in the history of Magic, regardless of format. It's probably pretty close to that. I do think that Surgical is this card that like has a good purpose. How do I phrase this? Surgical is really good if you are bringing in Surgical to like fill a specific role. The problem becomes when people bring in Surgical to like generically catch whatever their opponent is doing. Like you'll see people bring in Surgical and be like, oh, my opponent's running 4 Murktide, 4 Frog, 4 Bowmaster. If I Surgical any of those, it's really good. And that's kind of subpar. But if you say, all right, I'm bringing in Surgical against Boros for exactly the 1 ring. If I exile exactly the 1 ring, this is great. Then I think it's fine. But a lot of times people bring it in, they're like, okay, well, I killed your Amped Raptor. I'm going to Surgical your Amped Raptors. And that part never really works out. A lot of people give reasoning that's like jumping through hoops. Pretty much, yeah. Like, oh, my Surgical is really good because of these 12 indistinct reasons. Probably should have cast the FrogTide before I went to combat. So if they had a surgical, I could fight over it. Or if they had a surgical, I could have the FrogTide on the field already. We'll pass back. If they do a bunch of milling, I can just like frog, exile everything known to man, and maybe kill them with a FrogTide. Let's exile some stuff out of the yard. Pop a frog. Is there any reason? No, I don't think I need to get overly aggressive here. Just have them like super dead next turn with a bunch of counter spells up. Not gonna fetch. Not gonna do anything unnecessary. Bye-bye, Trespasser. Yay! We can beat Mill. Okay, what did I miss? Someone like Spike wants to, for sure. They can say, I'm registering 75 islands. Please snipe me and concede and post mono islands and 5-0 dumps. Legitimately could happen. But yeah, back to the surgical extraction. Like, I think surgical is fine if you're playing it because you've identified some avenue in the matchup that you can interact with that increases your win percentage consistently. For example, like surgicaling frogs against FrogTide doesn't, it might increase your win percentage slightly in games that they don't find a threat right away or something like that, but it's not a consistent improvement in your win percentage. But I would argue that surgicaling the one ring out of Boros in the Boros Dimir matchup substantially increases your win percentage in that matchup consistently. So I don't mind surgical there. But I wouldn't, like I said, just say, oh, I killed your Amped Raptor, I'm going to surgical those because I don't want you to have this value piece. And then I just die to like a Johnny flip and Guide of Souls or something. Remember all the time people used to be like, oh, I feel to ruin your Tron land and surgical it and win. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing people would say with Damping Sphere against Eldrazi Tron. They'd be like, oh, I take a turn off to cast a Damping Sphere, so your Eldrazi Temple makes 1 instead of 2, but with that turn I took off, you just get to play an extra land and then play your Thought-Knot Seer on the same curve anyway. And we just like both took a turn off. You'd be like, oh my god, they beat Damping Sphere. Well, yeah, if they don't have like natural Tron, they don't care about Damping Sphere. Unrelated to that, MTG Modern Reddit is the worst. I have a love-hate relationship with a lot of the Reddit, or a lot of the subreddits, because when I first started thinking about streaming, I posted a lot of like tournament reports and deck guides and stuff to Reddit. And that's kind of how things started. Like, posted a lot of really in-depth reports on like how I was doing with Grixis Shadow, and people wanted to see live streams, so I started live streaming. I posted tournament reports from like SCG events and GPs and whatnot, and people were engaging and started streaming because of that. But for the most part, the subreddits are very, very, very what's a good word for it? I don't want to say inbred, kinda. That's what I think of. Like, they're just really good about forming an opinion on the subreddit and immediately like mashing itself back into itself and reaffirming it because of that. Like, oh, this card is bad. Well, yeah, that card is bad. Oh my God, this card is uber bad. It's so bad. It's the worst card of all time. And it just creates like this self-fulfilling prophecy on being aggressively wrong. I don't even want to say aggressively wrong. They're not always aggressively wrong. Just Mardu. Reddit used to be much better for Magic X years ago. It's the place to go. It was the place to go for a while. Like, I kind of like the Spikes channel some. Not the aspiring Spikes, but like the actual Spikes subreddit. Every now and then they're okay. But the modern channel has just become every single day, what are we banning? What does the format look like if X is banned? Is this Jund? Hell yeah. And those are just all the like really low effort posts. See if I can. Yeah, like it's just all something about banning or something about the One Ring and replacing the One Ring. Ring can't get banned, blah, 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 blah. And just if they ban Ring, what happens? And it's like the most farming community ever. We're Magic players, most of our personality is complaining. That's very fair. I'll give you that one. Reddit used to have real content. Now it feels like either bots or like the same 7 people that hate everything. Mostly that one. Is there a world where I'm counterspelling this Shadow Spear? The reason I would is so Bowmaster can take out a Saga token and I don't really have to worry about like a Nethergoyf trampling over. I think I'm going to. If they follow this up with like a Ren or an Amped Raptor or something, it kind of sucks, but cool. Show me the Bowmaster. Nothing for 2 mana out of Jund is wild. It really is. Like Tarmogoyf, Ren and 6, Amped Raptor. something. That being said, I really want to play Wrenn and Sixes. Wrenn and Six is like the card to me that I think took the biggest fall off from like format all-star to unplayable overnight. And that is wild because that card is so insanely good. Supposed to not play artifacts here. Okay, I don't love it, but time for 4-color frog. I actually thought about that earlier. I was like, what would it look like if you went 4-color with like Sultai red and got Wrenn and Six, like any of the artifact enchantment that green offers that you want. Four-color got nerfed to the ground. Creativity got hard done by the two most recent modern sets. One toughness creature's disappeared. 2 mana picks up a fetch against Boros is unplayable. It is, but like at the same time, 2 mana down. If you're on the play, 2 mana down tick against a an Ocelot Pride or down tick on like a Amped Raptor on 2 or something is kind of cool. But I agree it's not good against Boros. So. Guess we are going to go for an Orcish Bowmaster. At least now they have to decide between drawing or like fatal pushing the Bowmaster. Okay. No draw for you. Like, why play 4 mana Omnath when 2 mana Frog or Raptor or Johnny does just as much, if not more? It's true. Cannot argue the event in question. Okay. Let's see if we can stabilize. I have confidence. I have confidence that they're not going to have another artifact. Don't like Oculus. I hate Oculus. I think the card is cool on its own. I hate the shell that goes around it. I think it's very, very inconsistent. And it gets hyped up a lot. All right. So we can Bowmaster ping one of the tokens. And then grow the Orc army, block the other token, and then we'll take 2 off this first, but it's going to die to state-based actions. So, yeah, I'm just going to take trading off the board. Or not trading off the board. I get my Bowmaster. Hope that I find an iteration. Come on, iteration. It's not iteration, but it's a 5/5 flyer for 7. See, like, if I had top decked an Oculus, it would just be sitting in my hand, unable to do anything. And to me, that's wild. Like, 5 lands in play, 2 cards in the yard, and I couldn't even cast an Oculus. Like, all right, so if they fetch up a Surveil land, they go to lethal on board. Needed to make +1 tokens every turn. You mean Wrenn and 6? What if the minus... Okay, what if the minus on Wrenn and 6 was like Bowmaster, where you ping something and made like a 1/1 goblin token? Or 1/1 Saproling. How much sicker would that card be? Absolutely broken. 100% broken. That card would be nuts if it could ping off something and protect itself. Even like a 0/1 Saproling. Minus down ticket, 1 damage to something, make a 0/1 Saproling. All right. I don't know if I want to bring in Stern Scolding. I saw Bowmaster. I didn't see Amped Raptor. I didn't see Ragavan. I'm going to kind of assume they're playing those cards and go from there. And then Charmaw, even as like a 5 mana 4/4 flying, blow up a land is reasonable, but hopefully with like a Saga, we can play a 3 or 4 mana blow up a Saga. So if it means just getting a couple like less exciting cards out of the deck, I'll think about the trade. Looks like I'm only going to bring like 1 in. Watsy doesn't need to ban the ring, just unban Oko. So it's like, I love ban list discussions, but I hate the fact that people, when it comes to the ban list, are not very receptive to being wrong on their opinions. And like won't even entertain the idea that a lot of the times their thoughts could be very outdated. So one of the big examples I like is Deathrite Shaman. I think Deathrite Shaman is perfectly fine to unban. The reason being is Deathrite Shaman is competing with things like Delighted Halfling now. Like, okay, you got your Shaman that if you've got fetch lands available, can cast your thing on turn 2, or you can just cast an uncounterable Teferi, or an uncounterable One Ring on 3, uncounterable Grist, whatever the case may be, which I think is quite a bit better. But you're also taking into account that it's like a 10-turn clock on its own in a format full of things that are killing you on like turn 3 or 4. So are people still scared of Deathrite? People are still obsessed with that thought of like, oh, Deathrite's a 1 mana planeswalker and it's so good. And The biggest problem is that Deathrite Shaman is hybrid mana. So what about Deathrite makes it too strong for today's Modern? That's the question I want answered. Like, is playing a 10-turn clock on turn 1 too strong for Modern? You just play it in any aggro mid-range control deck, probably. Are those decks relevant? You can't play it in Boros. You could play it in Mardu, I guess, if you're that desperate. But, like, what decks are taking advantage of it? I'd like to see some nice cantrips in Modern. Unban Ponder. Preordain, like, has been okay, but not great by any stretch. I think I'm going to bolt this Nethergoyf in response to the Tarfire. I know, don't bolt the Tarmogoyf, but joke's on you, this is not a Tarmogoyf. You get the 8 mana dorks with 2 Thoughtseizes. The whole is greater than some of its parts. It's a sideboard level card in terms of impact and main board. That would be relevant. You get 8 mana dorks with 2 toughness, not 2 Thoughtseize. But, like, is 2 toughness relevant? Because you're in a world now where you don't just rely on Fatal Push or Path to kill 1-drops. Like, you've got Unholy Heat, you've got Fatal Push, you've got Prismatic Ending, you've got Galvanic Discharge. You've got such an ungodly amount of ways of dealing with a 2 toughness mana dork for 1 mana. Show me the Bowmaster. Make 1 mana, 1/1 playable stats again. So I am very much in the camp that if the ring gets banned in December, I would like to see them just ban Bowmaster, because I think if the ring is gone, there's not like a big reason to have Bowmaster in the format. So I wouldn't mind seeing them just say, like, yeah, we're gonna just knock Bowmaster out to make things simpler. Alright, well, I'm going to take a lot of damage this turn, but I kind of need to counter this FOMO. Saying it's only 10-turn clock is absolutely wrong. It's graveyard hate, free life gain, 2 damage clock you can interact with, and all that for 1 mana. But again, we're like in a modern era where a lot of that just doesn't matter. Sure, it's a little bit of grave hate for 1. There's not really a lot of decks that are folding to a little bit of grave hate on 1. Sure, it's a little bit of life gain, burns out of the meta anyway. There's not really decks folding to a little bit of incidental life gain. Like, it's not a resource light piece of interaction. It requires like playing your one drop living, having the resources to activate it, not committing more in the early turns, which you can't really afford to do against a lot of decks in Modern. And like, I played Deathrite. I know how Deathrite goes. I understand the card. It was really, really absurdly good when the meta was Delver mirrors and Jund mirrors and decks like that, where everything was like slow, grindy, mid-rangey. But I just don't think that's Modern anymore. Okay, so if I pass the turn and they escape Nethergoyf, that's kind of fine. I could attack, they attack back, they gain more life than I'm dealing, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. I think my goal is for them to fetch down to 10. I counterspell something and then like find a spell, play Frog, discard whatever spell I find, exile it in the counterspell to make a lethal Murktide. Boros doesn't care about the ring. There are other decks that would suffer more or be unplayable. All those decks are already unplayable. Like, even with the ring, they're unplayable. So, if the excuse is like, let these decks have the one ring because they go from unplayable to more unplayable. That's a pretty good one off the top for them. Oh, does that grow? That grows Nethergoyf out of range. That's brutal. Dang. Attack in. I have to block with the Murktide or I die. Yeah, them getting to theater over a Pithing Needle and then draw into another card type they didn't have. That's tough. At least we get to go to game 3. And now I know that they're on like this Delirium package and not just regular Jund. Got FOMOs and stuff. I'd assume... Am I safe assuming they have Flytrap if they have FOMO? Not necessarily. Are there Jund lists without FOMO that are on Fear of Missing Out and Arena? I think FOMO is just a fine Jund Saga card. Is it? I don't know how far down I have to go to find Jund Saga. Jund Delirium. That says Jund. This is Saga. Amped Raptor, no FOMO. No FOMO. There's FOMO. This also has Amped Raptor and Ragavan, which we still have not seen. So consider me lost. Maybe they don't, but it's just, I don't know that it's just assumed they have Flytrap. So I guess my question is more, if I'm going to assume anything out of their list, am I assuming that if they're playing Jund and they're playing FOMO and whatnot, they're also playing Flytrap, or am I assuming that they don't have any of those cards? And I think I would rather assume they have Flytrap, because out of all the Jund variants, that's like the only one putting up any results. So if I need to hedge for anything, I'd rather hedge for Flytraps than no Flytraps. Finally home soon enough to catch a stream. We're glad you were able to catch it. All these Bowmasters. So I could go Bolt you, play a FrogTide. Is that okay? 5/5 FrogTide. I think I'm going to. This kind of like gives me some backdoor outs of like finding a frog later and pumping the FrogTide a bunch. But they haven't had black mana yet, so if they go like Saga, they can't have Terminate. They're ways off of Unholy Heat. So I feel like I can just get some pressure in with this FrogTide. Are we going to get to do it? Is Modern Healing? Is Modern Healing? Clip that. They've told me for years not to bolt the Tarmogoyf, and oh, that's pretty good. They are down to 10. I get to make a construct here. Untap, make a construct. Attack for 3 lifelink. Yeah, that's pretty okay. Taking Terminate, they're either cuffing a Flytrap or Construct Plant. It's got to be Construct, because like I can Stern Scolding the Flytrap. So even if they did have a Flytrap, it doesn't make a lot of sense to like go in on that plan. Probably have Lava Spur Boots. They could. All right, so they're not going to make a construct here. I guess they could untap, have make a construct. Well, they can't make a construct and Lava Spur Boots and Shadow Spear. right? It's too much to have to exile, or too much to have to pay. Construct, Lava Spur equip, and they still need 2 more mana to Shadow Spear. So yeah, I think they should have just made a construct, untapped. If they have a land, make a construct, strap it up, and attack into the trespasser. Because with the +1/+1 off Shadow Spear, their construct would be bigger than the trespasser anyway. Well, that's not what you want right now. I'm gonna cry if I get hit with a. Yep. That's a thing. Iteration. So, anytime somebody asks me like why I don't play spicy one-ofs, or why I play like less than 4 of a card I want to see, or why I don't hinge my game plan on drawing something, this is kind of what I tell them, is my luck with drawing the things I want to draw pretty low. I want to draw expressive iterations. I think I have seen iteration in like 2 games so far. And it would be such a good draw right here. Iteration. Got it. Thoughts on Graveyard Trespasser? I like Graveyard Trespasser. The incidental grave hate's cool from time to time, but mostly just being a 3 mana card advantage play that applies enough pressure to have to be respected, but doesn't commit like a bunch of other resources, doesn't care about your graveyard. You don't have to discard to it. All pretty nice. It's pretty easy to flip it tonight. But once the problem with Graveyard Trespasser is keeping track of day and night. It's not too bad. It's just like, hey, if nobody casts anything, flip it over. 2 spells were cast, flip it back. But I guess I also played during original Innistrad, so or not second Innistrad. Original Innistrad had werewolves too. Okay. Okay, show me something. Show me something good. This feels very not good enough. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like it's not quite good enough. I'm probably just going to let them get a land back. They make a construct. This becomes a 4. They hit me for 4 down to 8. They go up to 10. I go to my turn. I get to crack Spell Bomb if I want. Kept something they wanted on top. Or didn't they? No. Yes. Yeah, they kept something on top. They did tick up the Ren already, so I could... No, they can make a construct, so I can't block. This was kind of sad in GL. It happens. Feel like we just needed like an iteration a little sooner. Maybe they just moved the Shadow Spear over. Okay. That might be the dagger. Iteration? Nope. Iteration? Nope. Get rid of Stern Scolding. Spell Snare. Hop the Frog. Try to find an iteration. Or like a Kozilek's command that we don't have in the deck. 2 to this construct. Blow up this one. Kill them both. Feel great about life. I'm going to ignore the Ren. Show me an expressive iteration. Not an expressive iteration. Not an expressive iteration at all. Jesse coming in with a YouTube sub. Thank you so much. All right, what do I need to find here? If they make a construct, tutor something up, make another construct, this construct becomes a 7. So I don't have to, or I still have to chump the other one, but oh, they can Ren ping too. So I believe I am just dead. Just gonna pithing needle the frog. Yep. Okay. So unfortunately here, like they can attack with both the constructs. If they just like make another construct, they can attack with both. If I don't block the 7 power one, they just have hit me with that Ren ping and I'm dead. So I have to block the big one, but then it just tramples over. I can't grow my frog. Plus the other one, Ren ping, dead. So getting junded in 2024 meta's fine. Getting junded, but what else is junding? Those losses are like a moral hit, but I kind of ignore them most of the time because, hey, if I go to an event right now, the likelihood of playing against Jund is fairly low, so I'll take it. I feel like if Jund was doing really well into Boros, then we'd probably be seeing more Jund, but I will say I did have some success with Golgari Shadow with Urza's Saga against Jund with just like Nethergoyf and Shadow Spear. So maybe they are having success. Bell Snare on the draw, so we'll snap keep. Wooded Foothills. I have no idea what Wooded Foothills implies. Still getting destroyed by Eldrazi, I'm sure. A tale as old as time. Probably. Can't really interact with a Through the Breach very well. Elegant Parlor. This Storm? Could be. Probably a reasonable guess. Could be anything. A little controversial. I think I might force this Ruby Medallion instead of spell snaring. And it's because if they have a Ral to follow it up, I want to be able to spell snare the Ral. But if they have another Ruby Medallion, I can spell snare anyway. Yeah, getting the Surveil's nice too. Reckless is fine. Boo on them having a second land or third land. Would have loved a counter spell. Okay, so option number 1 is Windmill Slam the Trespasser and hope they can't go off. Option number 2, hold up the Spell Snare and get a Surveil land. They just have mana production in exile. Guess I'll go the Surveil plan. Maybe I can find like counter spell. Those runner lands after the Surveil for me. Yes. It's how it goes sometimes. Still have everything to go off, or is this just strike it rich, flashback? Sure. I think I'm gonna bend the frog. I think I'd rather find a Thoughtseize or another spell snare. Counter spell's good. I'm kind of hoping to catch something like Ritual, Past in Flames, and I just got to like counter the Past in Flames, Trespasser to eat. Right? They've got a Ral, they've got an Unknown, Sunbaked Canyon. We are rewarded. Oh yeah. Show me the Ral. No. Stop it. Love to see that. Cool. Trespasser. Hit a Ral. Don't think anything else matters too much. Like, we could hit a Ritual. They've got other rituals. We could hit a Ren's Resolve. They got more Ren's Resolves. Yep. Nope. All it takes is 3 spell snares, a counter spell, and a force negation. You're kidding. No. Don't you dare do this to me. I guess they can't with the mana they have. They'd have to have a ritual in hand, play Ral, play the ritual, win the coin flips. Because if they lose, they lose 2, they just kill themselves. All 4 Rals plus double medallion in the top, however many that was. What we in the biz call gross. Not a big consigned to memory fan against Storm. Like, I know it counters the Storm trigger off Grape Shot, but usually if they're going off, they have enough mana to, like, flashback Past in Flames and Grape Shot again. So, I don't think that's, like, a end-all, be-all answer to a Storm chain. Out my land. Please. Photo. Photo. Please. Moto. Alright, there we go. Alright. Strike It Rich is fine. We'll get an Undercity Sewers. Keep an Expressive Iteration. Fire Bluff, go. Gonna be like this, eh? Go off turn 3 on the play with a silence. Well, I guess that's not bad either. Silence Ritual Blood Moon. Guess on the bright side, at least I have a clock. Not a great clock, but it's a clock. And I have some amount of interaction with this spell bomb. Past in Flames. Part of me wants to just let the Past in Flames go, because half of their things to cast are just Manamorphose. That speeds up my clock, but I am already on a 3-turn clock, so I don't really like need to speed it up. Like, does going from a 3-turn clock to a 2-turn clock really change that much? So I can empty the warrens. All right. I think it was the best choice to use the spell bomb there. I mean, probably. I think I would agree. It is a little unfortunate that like they had the spells in hand to go off after the spell bomb, like had another ritual, had another Manamorphose. But yeah, I would probably agree. Kind of an odds thing, right? Like they already used a ritual. They used 2 Manamorphose. What are the odds that they have another ritual Manamorphose in hand? I really dislike this hand. But I guess we're going to try it because of iteration. Typically, like, not really a fan of hands against Storm that don't have any sort of guaranteed pressure. So, not having a Bowmaster or a Frog or something. I love the concept of Grixis Frog Murktide, but it just doesn't play well when I try it. Tried a half dozen different shells, at least at this point. Yeah, I'm pretty well in agreement. Like, I think the deck is missing on some pretty significant parts to really be like functional or to be consistent, I should say. Like it feels like you can be kind of consistently dirtily. Maybe you're kind of okay into the mid range and control decks with iteration, but I just don't think that's like current modern. Current modern's like a complete race across the board, and having a high count of like 3, 4, 5 drop plays is a pretty big liability. You and these silences. I like Grixis with high spell velocity and Tameo, but he got crushed by Eldrazi. What do I think about a Ruby Medallion? I guess I'm just forcing this because if I'm not... Am I forcing this? Like, if I don't force it, they've got a Manamorphose to try to go off. If Manamorphose misses, then their hand is just a bunch of rituals, and I don't really care. If I do force this, I'm giving up my consign, but that might not be the biggest deal, but I'm also giving up my force. And I kind of don't want to give up the force. I'm going to let it go. Let the Manamorphose go. Yep. All right, well, we took a gamble. They kind of hit the payoff nuts off the gamble. Like Manamorphose into a Ren's Resolve into 2 payoffs. We can force the wish and just like hope the Ren's Resolve whiffs. Okay. Already got 6 mana next turn, so Medallion doesn't change much. Yeah. I would agree. They saw their top card and then Manamorphosed. Hit Ral, hit Morphos. Let Ral resolve, see if they put another spell on the stack. Do not. Yeah, in for a chunk. They used up all their Manamorphose yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. They have used all their Manamorphose. So more than likely, if they cast a Ren's Resolve off the top, I'm probably countering it. Otherwise, we are preordaining, looking for a frog. And the reason we are looking for a frog is because we can just start nuking our yard for the kill. Ew. Well, I guess my old technicalities were 2-2, so I shouldn't complain too much. Rather see Silence and Veil of Summer. It's kind of weird. Like, I'd probably rather see Veil of Summer than Silence. Like, Veil's annoying. Silence is annoying. But Silence stopping you from, like... Silence makes you commit right this second, or you never get to commit again. Veil, you do have a few roundabout ways of interacting later through Veil. Like, Sink into Stupor can still interact. You can still, like, end-to-turn Bowmaster in response to Manamorphose or something like that. You can still consign a Storm Trigger. But Silence just, like, stopping you from doing anything is kind of annoying. Especially if they draw, like, multiple silences. They're able to stop you from, like, deploying a threat on your turn and then stop you from interacting on their turn. It buys a lot of time. Oh boy. Sure, you can hit that. Think we're going to get turn 2 Blood Mooned? Nope. I don't know why you would do this before hitting me. One ring down. Would have liked to see a black source, but not the world we live in, is it? Come on, cast a One Ring. Tap out, use your clues or your treasure, cast a One Ring. They just add Giganta. Sure. Okay. Step 1, find black mana. Check. Step 2, kill some stuff. We'll shoot the Amped Raptor. Throw the token in front of the Ragavan. Maybe they like throw 2 removal spells at the Bowmaster and the token. You Galvanic Discharge your own Amped Raptor to stop me from making a token to trade with the Ragavan. Another Amped Raptor. Discharge on itself. Okay. Um, I think I need to preordain here because if I find a land, I'd like to be able to fatal push and hold up counterspell. But if I expressive iteration, then I have to take damage. Yeah, I'll take another fatal push. This 3-for-1 is the main reason I don't like builds without Bowmaster. It's like okay into some specific scenarios against decks like Grixis or decks like Boros. But I think a reasonable chunk of the time it's kind of mid. I'm not saying to cut Bowmaster because unfortunately I do think there's a lot of matchups where you do really want it, or you want it enough to make room for it. So they exiled my Undercity Sewers. This Flooded Strand can get black if I need it to. And what the thought sees. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. All right. Well, that's a thing that happened. And immediately top deck a One Ring. All right, so all I got to do is beat Quad Prison. That's what you're telling me. Well, we might as well start chugging away at them. One static prison. The ability of this deck to just do the thing that's going to annoy you the most at every stage in the game is phenomenal. And around the Bowmaster flash in. Okay. I do not want to go down to 3 if I can avoid it. Or go down below 3 in case of lightning bolt. for that. And they got the land. So now I need to counterspell, plus have answers to multiple flages off the top. With the amount of energy Boros generates, it makes Static Prison feel like the best removal spell ever made. It does have that effect sometimes. Like, paying the 1 energy per turn just isn't a downside, like, at all. Because even if you have no energy production whatsoever, just being able to take something out of play altogether for like 3 turns is huge for 1 mana. Let's see, I am on the play here, right? Man. For supposedly being okay into Boros, this feels really clunky looking. Like, what am I cutting here? Trim an iteration, maybe. Really want to trim a FrogTide. Trim a frog. Ugh. Spin would be nuts if it said non-land instead of creature. I mean, they power crept suspend and let it go in the best deck. Said, what if you could suspend something? It could be any something, and it never comes off suspend. How'd you like that? Oh, we'd like that very much. I mean, I don't need to win fast, but I do need to win eventually. Because, like, the ring's a hell of a card. Flage coming back over and over again is a hell of a card. Alright, I think that I am going to kill the Ocelot, untap, and play a frog. And just say, like, I got a frog on the play. If you play something to kill it, so be it. But that means you're not playing, like, an Ajani or an Amped Raptor here. And then I will just accept that I'm going to cry when they untap and play an Amped Raptor into a Static Prison. Fair enough? Fair enough. Ready for it? Oh. Oh. Heck yeah. Oh, your deck's terrible. Frog 2, Electric Boogaloo. Rare footage of energy stumbling. Need to make a documentary about this. This right here. One ring, one ring, one ring, one ring. Dinosaurs. Okay. The question is, are we doing the thing? And I kind of want to. We'll go discard Bowmaster, discard Bowmaster, Pyroclasm, hit with a couple frogs. One of them hits a land, perfect. Okay, I think we got a chance. I think maybe we got, now that they've scooped, I think we might get this game. I'm blindly optimistic. When the game goes like that, Grixis does look pretty good. And whoever doubted it, surely wasn't me. Just had to have like the nut hand and our opponent stumble and them not have static prison. Ragioli, give me the Formuoli. Johnny Nicodle Pariah. All right. Please, like, flage or something. Okay, back to normal. They're done stumbling. Well, I mean, if they Blood Moon, at least I've got my other island, so that's a step. I'm really hoping this is just flage. Never just flage. Never is it ever just flage. You always got to ruin it. Discharge 2. Raven Charm. So I'd have to discard 3 to save the frog, which I could do. Just get Undercity, Spellbomb, Lightning Bolt. And I would have Spell Pierce for a 1-ring. I'd survive a Flage ETB. I don't think there's a world that I'm Spell Piercing this. Because if I do, I just auto lose to a 1-ring. And I cannot afford to auto lose to a 1-ring. So I'm either discarding everything to the frog, or everything but the Spell Pierce to play around 1-ring. Or I'm letting it go. I think we're discarding. Kind of taking the approach of one of those lands didn't matter. Couldn't cast the lightning bolt. I might miss the spell bomb, so we'll see if that plays a role. I couldn't bolt to Johnny in response because I didn't have red mana. Otherwise, I would have loved to. My bad, I manifested that. I will let it go this time. Trespasser's not bad off the top. Yep. So if I block the Ocelot Pride, they get to flip the Ajani. They can't kill the Graveyard Trespasser, even if they make a cat. Because they can't have a red permanent from hand and be able to pay for ward. Well, if it's just a cat warrior, I'm thinking I'm taking it. Okay. My attacking. Yeah, we do get a frog back, which is really nice. I think I'm just going to sit back for a turn. Flip the Trespasser, get back a frog. Probably should have just held that land, but oh well. They have the innate ability to never draw a one land or draw a one ring when you want them to draw a one ring. So if I block the cat, flip the Ajani, 0, target the Psychic Frog, I could discard Pierce and survive. Doesn't really seem worth it. Is there any benefit to attacking with both? They still just block, flip the Ajani. That's a hot draw. That takes care of my little Giganta issue. Get back the other frog. No blocks. Static Prison so bad. Static Prison's only good when your opponent's got all 4 of them and 10 energy. So we have to counterspell the Ajani so they can't just force flip the first Ajani. Just need like another lightning bolt. What happens if I attack with everything? Right click, attack all. They block Ocelot on the Glutton. I get to flip the Ajani, but I get to draw 2. They play Giganta. Ajani 0 is dealing 3. But I can survive that. Yeah, I think I'm just right click, attack all. Yeah, they're already dealing damage with Ajani, but who cares? It's a pretty good one. So if I go discard, it's still like the one thing that beats me is the One Ring. I think I'm still just gonna full retail this. Can you just top deck like another Elegant Parlor one time, please? Energy sucks. Deck's unplayable. Absolutely terrible. Discard Frog, leave up Pierce. I can't leave up triple blue through the Blood Moon. So it's either play the Murktide or hold up Pierce. Can't do both. And I think playing out the Murktide to like make sure I'm killing next turn is more important since I can still save the frogs to the discard. Funny thing is we didn't play any of the red spells game through. They gave us red mana. We were mana screwed until they Blood Mooned. But, okay. What do we think about Grixis? I don't think Lightning Bolt was good enough as a reason to go red. We kind of found that out round 1 against Oculus, not being able to take out an Oculus, not taking out like a Renin 6 or a big Construct token, Nethergoyf, stuff like that. I think it's too big of a deal. So I don't like Lightning Bolt. Yeah, Tog, that's the exact problem I was having when I was trying to like theory craft the deck list is I want to play Unholy Heat. I think Unholy Heat's the best red removal spell, but you have to play Mishra's Bauble. And Mishra's Bauble is an absolutely miserable piece of cardboard to have to slot into like a Murktide Regent deck and stuff like that. Easy if your name's Bunny and you have Cold Snap foil baubles. Well, that's fair. Iteration. Iteration, I'm still convinced, is like not good in current modern. It's a good card, really good card overall. I just think things are too fast for it. And then not having the ability to really play around Blood Moon kind of sucks. I thought about Basic Swamp, but when I was goldfishing the deck earlier, I was running into so many hands where I would naturally draw the Basic Swamp. And it's bad enough when you're trying to like Murktide plus Counterspell. It's even worse when you add Expressive Iteration into consideration. And now you can't like Iteration into Counterspell or Iteration into Murktide because you found the Basic Swamp. So I kind of think not playing the Swamp is right, but it hurts. I kind of wonder if it would be worth cutting Iteration, Lightning Bolt, and like Spell Pierce and trying out 4 Bobble, 4 Heat in that slot. But again, that's like really just trying to force Unholy Heat. And I don't know if I want to force Unholy Heat. That's like the big question mark I got. Sideboard, we didn't see Eldrazi, so we didn't get to charm all, but like everything else in the sideboard I think is kind of like a known quantity at this point. So not too much to change there. If you bobble, you Tameo. I don't know if that's the case. Like, I think Heat needs bobble. I don't think bobble needs Tameo. Obviously, I do like Tameo. I want to play Tameo, but there's only so much room in a deck like this. So where are you making room for Tameo without cutting into like your threats or... Is Molten Collapse over Terminated consideration? I would not touch Molten Collapse. Like, sorcery speed is such a big issue when, like, the Murktide matchup especially revolves around killing Oculus on their turn or killing Murktide, especially while it's on the stack. But if you can, making them fight over limited resources on their turn. Once you have to go to your turn and start fighting, if they can fight back, that puts you really, really behind if you lose that race or you lose that stack interaction. Supposed to think getting Prisoner Amulet would be nice. Yeah, I mean, if you could get a little more value out of it, it's okay. Like, if you want to sideboard some Molten Collapses just for Boros and try to hit static prisons and whatnot, then it's fine. I don't think I would board it in for anything other than Boros. And it only looks good if they have, like, the nut scenario of having something you can kill and a static prison. If they don't have a prison, it's a bad removal spell. If they don't have a creature and a prison, it's a bad enchantment removal. So, what about the one diehard Hammer player at your FNM? I haven't seen them in years. If they're still around, props to them. I think I'm going to do a league of Dimir. Like, we tried Grixis. We'll give Dimir a shot for comparison's sake. There were a couple changes I wanted to make, or a couple shifts here and there. Even Disgruntled Elk pivoted. As long as countries, or no, what is it? Crusher bot. As long as they didn't pivot, there's still hope in the world. What's their name? Yeah, CrusherBot BG. This is the Hammer Time player we all need to rise up from the ashes. All right. so I wanted to try out I was going to move the Harbingers back to the sideboard. I was going to cut the Thought Seizes from the board. I was going to cut the Thought Seizes from the main for another sync and another another interactive spell of some sort. I think Dark Blast was like the thing I was going to try next. And people posting their love of Dark Blast. And Bowmaster is back. Or a Bowmaster and move the Trespasser back to the main. Another sideboard slot. People already hate Bowman. Why play worse Bowman? Because I owe it to the people who watch the channel to try stuff out. That's about the best reason I can give you. Dredging back Dark Blast grows Murktide. That seems sweet. It seems something. Like, I always ask questions of opinions people on the direction of the channel. And for the most part, it seems everybody's kind of nonchalant and doesn't have a lot to say one way or the other. But just for the sake of continuity, I'll ask again. The channel can be formatted in a way that we just play whatever I think is like my best list every single day. And just grind leagues with that, see how it plays out. Or it can be formatted like it is now, where I play what I think is probably a suboptimal build of the deck. Basically just for the purpose of trying out some card or a couple cards. But I'm a little bit worried that if I sit here and just play like my preferred build of the list all day, every day, that it'll just get very monotonous very quickly. I'm worried people will get bored to death. If you're watching the channel, you're headed downward spiral. Truth. Y'all are all doomed already. I think after December 16th, play the best build might have some value for a while. Well, I mean, if it was up to me and I was 1000% convinced that the ring is going to get banned in the end of December, which I'd say I'm like 83.25% convinced, something like that. Then I'm a big believer in the idea that like every game between now and then just doesn't matter. Because I have no like RCQs to prepare for in the next few months. I've got no major events coming up until March and there's going to be a whole new set between or until January. And there could be a ban announcement between now and then. There could, I don't know if there's a new set dropping or not, but if it were up to me, I would probably just like not play between now and then. But that's kind of boring for anybody that wants to tune into the channel, so. Like, I'm not even collecting data on matches going on right now because there's a reasonable chance that whatever I collect data on now just isn't going to matter in a month, because if the ring goes, then everything goes out the window. All right, let me update the deck list command real quick, and then we'll get rolling. That's where I'm at with it, which sucks. It does suck. I hate that. I hate any time like matches don't really have a purpose. Deck list updated. Canada RCQ is near the end of January, which is not really a lot of time between ban and event, so that'll be interesting to see how things develop. Yeah, I mean, the next like halfway reasonable competitive event I'm planning on going to is what's it called? Spotlight at SCG Con Atlanta in January. And I'm pretty sure the main event for that is Pioneer. It might be Standard. Actually, I think it is Standard. So if I play main event, if I like last chance qualify, then I'll only really worry about Standard. And if I play side events, then they're not really that high payout. So it's not really worth like doing a whole bunch of extra testing for modern side events. All right, let's get recording. What up, YouTube? What up, Twitch chat? Playing through some Dimir FrogTide. Just finished up a Grixis list, so hopefully that video's up before too long and you enjoy it. But going back to Dimir, seeing what's happening with not only Tamio, which I've been trying out a little bit more recently, but checking out Dark Blast, seeing people in the Discord trying it out, seeing people in Twitter posting about it. So I figure I'll give it a shot, see what happens. I don't know if I have high hopes for it, but at the end of the day, if you don't try stuff out, you never know. The rest of the changes that I made from the last Dimir list I posted, which I think was the Showcase Challenge, moving the Harbingers to the sideboard, dropping the Thought Seizes, adding a Graveyard Trespasser to the main, going back to the third Bowmaster, trying out the Dark Blast today. In the sideboard, cut the Thought Seizes for a Ghost Vacuum and making room for the Harbingers. Forgot what the other cut was. Not that important, minor sideboard card. So we'll see how it goes. Dal, what's up? What's happening here? Hopefully some Dimir gaming. Fingers crossed. Look at this modern preliminary, just like not even close to firing. Actually, I think that was like an hour and a half ago or something. Oh no. Oh no, Beach Ball of Death. Moto. I guess it's time to restart Moto. I was playing a decent bit the other day for the showcase challenge and didn't have any issues with like moto crashing or falling behind on resources. So I don't know why it's giving me the beach ball of death today. Somebody's going to snipe my password one day. Shadow 123. I'll tell everybody. Death Shadow is love. Death Shadow is life. 6969. 420 blaze it. Exclamation point. Mike accidentally revealed the password to his Daybreak account on stream once. Funny. All right. Round one. We're on the draw with a heavy FrogTide hand. And the blind, I'll keep it. I will say that I do think people overvalue the results of game one a lot of the time. Like, I think for the most part, game one just doesn't matter. Try to do something proactive. In this case, I know my proactive plan is I can get Surveil lands and try to get down a cheap FrogTide. Now, if my opponent game one in the blind just has natural Tron, which seems to be the impression that I'm under right now based off their first two turns, then so be it. I did not keep a hand that was prepared to go against natural Tron. Opponent has Natty Tron on the play, but we weren't winning anyway. Truth. Truth. Here's my FrogTide. Go crazy. Show me in all his dust, or God, anything. Oh, natural Tron, double tower, double Karn. What are you getting off this Karn? One ring? I didn't see what they got. Cityscape Leveler. Not a Tron expert, but I feel like that's not the most impactful play to get. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's Maybelline. I guess it's fine if you know you're just going to untap and like take out the FrogTide. So be it. Ah, yes. Myco spawn for more things. Didn't want to kick it and like... They could literally pay 2 more, kick it, take out my Undercity sewers, and like I have to float mana, go to combat, go to their second main, and then still play the Cityscape Leveler and take out my FrogTide. Sure. You got it, friendo. They think we're on push, they let us push the spawn. Yeah, I mean, if they think we're on push, they don't care, right? Because you still just, like, are resolving a cityscape leveler. And nothing else really matters. Like, I'm resolving a cityscape leveler. I hope they don't have a fatal push. Ah. Oh no, they had the fatal push. I don't really have enough to cut cut spell snares for. I wonder if they're on like actual factual Tron build up, like Star Sphere map, and didn't need it, or if they aren't on those things. I could keep and try to preordain to find a Harbinger, but I feel like that's still not enough. Okay. All's dust and spawnment, we guess more Eldrazi Tron than actual factual Tron. Yeah, but like, I guess Eldrazi Tron's fine as a guess. But they still had Karn. Preordaining, or am I holding up Consign? Might just be... Alright, so it is Eldrazi. Nice. Go, my little amphibian, go! Frog and a dream. Go. Alright. Could have K command here. I think I'm going for consider end of turn regardless. I can always like force a K command, but this is a K command, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going force here. I really just want to make sure I hit land drops. Oh yeah? Play out Tameo. Tameo rebuying Consigned to Memories is a pretty decent place to be. Is this through the breach? No. There's no way this is through the breach too, right? With Karn and... Yeah. Get out of here. You know how much I would cry if this was through the breach as well. Start by cracking our clue. Flip Tamio. If I found another land, I could hold on to the sink. If I did not, we'll just pass. Surely not. I mean, I would think surely not, but I've been wrong plenty of times before. I don't think replicating actually matters here, but maybe they're on Bluetron and they've got like, what's it called? That commandeer. All right, so now we start trying to up our clock a good bit. And just pass. Let's see. Sowing Myco spawn. Is a sowing Myco spawn. They would have played Tronland plus Chalice on one. It would have been better to not to replicate. Yeah, I mean, if they had third Tron land or missing Tron land Chalice, sure. But if they have missing Tron land Chalice, then like I can still consign or cast the second consign through the Chalice. I can still like cast Sync, cast Force. So it's not like the end of the world for me if that's what they had. All right. So here I'm going to play the FrogTide, rebuy consigned memory, put another counter on the FrogTide. Not try to go for Tamio ult because I just like have it wrapped up a million ways here. No reason to like potentially lose to something with a cast trigger that consign can stop. When I can just like have the answer to that. And nothing really changing going on the draw. Which meant that not replicating is marginally better option. Sure. Completely understandable. This doesn't seem very Grixis. I guess I forgot to change my stream title. Nobody told me. All right, opponent, please do something not very impactful here. Play 2 maps. Just land, map. That's all I ask of you. Land, map. Not land, map. All right. So I could try to jam a frog here. I think it's more likely that they have like untapped sowing Myco spawn. If they have a ring here, what do I think about letting them resolve the ring and then pithing needle it? Is that crazy? Feels a little crazy. Don't need more frogs. I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the psychic frog. Gonna watch the showcase video later. Legacy inspired modern FrogTide. Still your preferred blue-black deck over Oculus. I mean, anything's my preferred deck over Oculus, if we're being real. Okay. I am really considering this let the ring resolve and pithing needle it and try to save consign. But I think my heart just won't let me. My heart says I can consider to try to find another way, like another answer. We can flip Tamio and get consign back. I can't minus Tamio the turn you flip her. She flips and comes back with 2 loyalty, and it costs 3 to rebuy a spell. So all you can do the first turn is tick her up. Yeah, it's a lot of text on the backside. So I'm going to keep consider so I have force of negation fuel. Tick up Tamio, play the Otawara, pass. Now next turn I can rebuy a consign. Yeah, kind of the hope is that I can just rebuy consign a couple times and that'll be like enough. Crack a clue here. I'm trying to incentivize them to tap out and cast force now, or cast a Kozilek's command and just let me force it. So I'm like untap, rebuy, consign, and be okay. I don't want them casting Kozilek's command on my turn when I have to use up my mana to fight over it. And as we can see, plan worked out. Discard. Discard. Hack. Tamio is so good. Psychic Frog's also reasonable. Even if we didn't find that consign there, still in pretty good shape with Tamio getting back a consign. Can you fix the overlapping MTGO? Yeah, I can when the next match starts. Let's be honest, the clue was the MVP of the game. And where did the clue come from? Just saying. Let's fix the overlay. There you go. Love to play first. I would love to not keep this hand despite it having Dark Blast. Ooh, not in love with this one either, but got to keep this. In the blind. If it doesn't say Psychic Frog, I think I'm ditching it. I'm a millionaire. I'm a young money millionaire. Oop. What's with the Uprise and Mill today? Did I miss something? Mill players out in full force. Won 2 challenges, did it? Modern. My modern, yes. Mill. First place. Yep. First place. So Tybalt of the Red Sub won 2 challenges. Mill didn't do anything. Tybalt did something. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Well, if you've got to drown in the lock, you've got to drown in the lock. Oop. Would appear that you've got to drown in the lock. Yep. Does an opponent know we're in a Flage meta? Winning challenges with Mill against a field of Boros is impressive. I don't know if like it's a good matchup for Mill or bad matchup or what. I know I've seen Zeriok play against it a couple times, but I also recognize that when Zeriok plays against anything, he's going to have land troubles. So it's kind of hard to get a good judgment. Ordered some Graveyard Trespassers and some Pioneer cards, which are now lost to Narnia. Also known as Canada Post on Strike. That's my Harbingers stay main board till the strike is over. That's rough. I hate that for you. No way the crab sticks, and Boros has an insane clock, not to mention that you'd like to have Tasha's Hideous Laughter against Boros, which sucks against Eldrazi. Having the Having double visions in response is gross. Thankfully, we don't have a big, chunky graveyard. I wish you were the O2 crab. This would be great. Flying out of my own yard. It FrogTide, so they can't surgical it. Dark Blast is insanely comical here, right? Like, hey, I'm going to dredge 3 against Mill. Or not. Imagine only hitting 11 cards off your Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Making me Tasha's Hideous Laugh opponent. I really mill out of my yard that matters. Is that out of my yard? My meta has 2 dredge players, 2 mill players. Those are always fun FMs. It's like probably about as seesawy of a matchup as I can imagine. Just kills me. All right. At least it was game 1. Core Cruxian, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you're at in the world. Don't really have a lot for mill. I mean, does anybody really have a lot for mill? Dark Blast. I do like Stern Scolding a little bit better on the play than on the draw. I wonder if this is a matchup that I should ever consider Harbinger in. Like shutting off Drown in the Lock, Fatal Push, unless they get a basic Swamp. But I don't think they ever want to get basic Swamp because of the 3 blue cycle one. Like Mills 13 or 14 or whatever. When Eldrazi in my sideboard because Mill has hurt me so many times. I respect that. Like, if I thought I was playing against Mill more often and didn't have an okay chance into them regardless, I'd probably play some number of, I say some number, 1 big Eldrazi, but I don't feel like I play against Mill enough to really warrant it. No archive trap. But especially in like a big unknown meta, it's kind of cool to play like an Eldrazi in the sideboard. They still run Field of Ruin? I'm pretty sure they do. Another crab. Opponent, we were ready for this start. We were ready for this start. Just like everything else that we're not ready for. I only run one at locals because the two guys are there every week. The one guy got mad at me for having it, said there's nothing wrong with metagaming. There is nothing wrong with metagaming. Like, I don't think you should take your metagame results as being applicative to the wide field, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with metagaming to your local meta. Seeing as how that's where you will or will not make your money back for most players. That makes Blue Magus more appealing. Yeah, I was thinking about that, like, since they can't get basic Swamp very easily, but still kind of iffy on it. Show me a bridge. No bridge for you. Now, please don't show me a second bridge. Tasha's me for a chunk, sure. So we need to find a land here, and I can just graveyard trespasser them for lethal. Dimir burn. That's what we are now. Dimir burn. Yes. Love that. The Big Chev. Hey, recently started playing this archetype. Found your videos. Thanks for the great content. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the kind words. The old basic swamp double counterspell FrogTide opener. All right. My body is ready to snap lose to a turn 1 crab. Perfect mana base, no notes. Find no issues with the mana base. Damn it. Any judges in chat can help with a question? Ask away. I'm not a judge, but I know a thing or three. I'll keep a land. See if they like fetch here to mill over my land. How did Grixis go for you earlier? I've been trying to play Grixis in my LGS lately, but I've been in Snapcasters so I can flashback bolts. It was not very good. least in my limited experience there. Found myself with Bolt not being able to kill what I wanted to kill, which hurt a lot. And then iteration was a little slow and a lot of clunky. Does Snare have any hits except Drown? Not really. But I did not really have anything else worth bringing in. Like my sideboard was Consigns and Harbingers, and I could keep Considers in, but they're kind of meh. All right. Opponent wanted it more. Long goodbye. Get rid of a bunch of these cards in my yard so they can't Visions Beyond easily. Get wrecked. Crabs eat frogs. Did the crabs eat the frogs, or did the frog just get long goodbyed? Which I was not expecting. All right. Cabs, free the Fae plus rest in peace. You get a card, or is it just the 4 in exile? You do get the card. Like anything that says cards changing zone like that, they are separated from like the rest of that zone for purposes of selecting a card. And then after it resolves, they would just like go to exile. All right, I need to find a Fatal Push, a Murktide, a Frog. I've been trying full 75 main sometimes. I like boarding your entire sideboard in. I've never been a big fan of that because I think that the chances of like disrupting your game plan is a little too much. For me, at least. Um, I know I want the push. I guess I'll take the Murktide or the, what's it called? The Trespasser. Upkeep, Fatal Push a Crab. Is Tameo the new truth for Blue Black Merc? Man, I don't know if I'd say the new truth, just I like the card. I think it's got a lot of upside that people don't want to respect. Ah, mistaken. Sorry, I missed the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody from Mistaken Stream. Sorry, I've been caught up with mill shenanigans. Mill-nanigans, as some might say. Die, crab. Alright, so we get a couple drowning the locks out of the way. That's a step in the right direction. Graveyard Trespassers, the new truth. That is probably not too accurate either, but I like the way it sounds. Take care of your crab. Go. I'm off of a threshold for a turn, unless they hit a Field of Ruin. Please don't have another drown in the lock. Well, I'm going to do that and hope. I have a Psychic Frog in my yard, so I guess I'll just exile that. Or no. They got Field of Ruin, so I think I need to exile a card out of their yard so they can't field plus Threshold. Or like chump block Threshold. One, two, three. Trying to hit like all of my counter spells at the yard, so they'll be live top decks in case they have surgical. That's only for one. Crap. Go. Spirit Fingers. Got nothing. Tasha's. Ah, sanity for exactly 13. Or 14. Crap. Dang. Close one. Close, close, close. Just being able to sneak those crabs down under counter spell is so backbreaking on the draw. I don't know why, but losing to Mill just infuriates me. There's a guy locally that I don't think I've ever seen somebody get so aggressively upset about Mill. And I think it's kind of hilarious, but I think people just don't like losing matches where the game is won or lost on some resource that you don't really have any control over. Like, I hate playing against Calibrated Blast because there's so many games that your opponent just goes like land beside you, another land, uncounterable calibrated blast, hit you for 15. Next turn, second calibrated blast, flip over a Scion, kill you, and you're like, yeah, literally nothing I can do about it. We have a big modern event next Friday at Locals. Have to pick a build to play. Oculus currently sleeved up. Well, I mean, I'm still a fan of non-Oculus, but last seen 6 days ago, Azorius Mill. This is going to be the legendary stream that we play against Mill 3 times. Probably love this hand against anything that wasn't Mill. No. We thought it couldn't happen. Thought there's no way you see Mill multiple times in a league. Thought wrong. We have fatal push. Oh, got it. Super, ultra, mega dead. They play a third crab. I will scoop. All right. Yep. Fair enough. Rough time against the first crab. Definitely not beating the second crab. Third crab earns my ever-ending hatred. We're going to bring in a deluge. This crap. I hate when this happens because it's just not realistic. You'd play Mill twice in any big event. Yeah, probably not, but it's like, it's nice to get a game or two every now and then against Mill. It's definitely not a matchup that I just want to like jam practice games against on my own time. Do you think that Orcish Bowmaster should go when the ring does? I actually do. I think that if the ring gets banned in December, that there's not really a good reason to keep Bowmaster around in the format. I would rather just see them like open up the possibility of more X1s getting played again. I think that would be nice to see. But we kind of had a bit of the ban list discussion earlier. I mentioned there's a whole bunch of cards I think could go or not go and not feel too strongly either way. I'd like to see Guide go as well. I would too. I think I think if Guide or Raptor goes, I think it kind of kills the deck. And I hate that. I don't want to kill the deck. I just want to like neuter the deck. Maybe ban Ocelot Pride, but feels lackluster. Yes, I'm holding on to Tamio for force. Yeah. I gotta fetch before they hit a land drop because I want to keep my Murktide in the deck. Like, I want to scry the Murktide to the top because if they don't have a land drop, I want to draw the Murktide. But as soon as they show they have the land drop, I want to shuffle it away because I need to keep my threat density. I was thinking about the new Kiora and Frog Oculus decks, maybe 2 to refresh dead cards in hand sometime. Do you think that can work? I mean, my thoughts on Kiora are that the body on Kiora doesn't matter. The Surgical and Bowmaster? Sure. The body on Kiora doesn't matter. The 8/8 that it makes, I don't think matters. And if you're just using Kiora as like a 3 mana filter 2 cards play that you can unearth, I feel like there's much better options to either A, unearth, or B, to like use your or use for card advantage, like Archmage's Charm. Just draw the 2 cards. But nobody wants to play Archmage's Charm. I just don't think like the looting part of that card is worth it. But if you just want to play Kiora and you want to try Kiora, then absolutely go try Kiora. I just don't think it's what the deck needs to like be more competitive. I don't think it solves any problems for Dimir. Like if you just want to loot cards, you could play Tainted Indulgence, but nobody really wants to play Tainted Indulgence, so they saw something they wanted on top and drew into it. I don't know if they're like recognizing that they can't play it or there's no real reason to draw into it right now. Got lost in the sauce a while ago. Was thinking about Brain Surge. Another surgical. You've got it. I got lost in the sauce a while ago. Was thinking about Brain Surge to put Oculus back on top to surveil into the yard. Like put a surveil trigger on the stack and then Brain Surge, put it on top and resolve your surveil. Fine. It's just like really mana intensive. Because you got to have 4 lands, your 4th land being the surveil land that you get, and then Brain Surge and See, I do not have any creatures in my yard, unfortunately. But I could just exile something out of the yard, like exile my own counter spell in case they find another. What's it called? Another surgical. Again, it was a momentary thought. Fever that passed. They did not flip a creature. I kind of want to spellbomb myself and draw a card. See if I can find a fatal push. Nobody gets a graveyard. Yep. You got it. Now you've put 2 Murktides in my yard, which means Graveyard Trespasser attacking is representing lethal. So you have put the clock on yourself. Archive trap. Attack. Graveyard Glutton hits Murktide. Murktide. Have to chump the Glutton. I need to check my land situation. So I've got Undercity gone, Island gone, 2 Watery Graves gone, another Undercity. The 3rd Watery Grave should still be in my library. And the 2nd Island should be. No, 1 island, 2 island. So I cannot counterspell and Force of Negation. But I can Force of Negation. Got an Aboro. Got an Aboro trigger. Okay. Path, discard, or borrow. So just to double check that I can't counterspell this, I can get Watery Grave. I can get Swamp. That does not give me counterspell mana. Path to Exile is going to resolve. Do lose their Aboro. I do have a chance to flip Tameo here. Preferably with finding a Fatal Push. Alright, fair enough. I didn't even look when I did that. Do I have any win conditions left? Nope. Fair. Fair. Cameo ulting does nothing for me. So, yep. That's it on that one. Mill. That's our argument right there to sideboard one more copy of one more thing that's not Trespasser, Frog, or Murktide. So it can't get surgicaled out. But really, it's just those games with like multiple crabs early that suck. A little bit better on the play with Stern Scolding, but not much. And I feel like the mill crabs have that siege rhino gene in them where they always come in packs or whatever you call a group of crabs. What do you call a group of crabs? A group of crabs is called a cast. Well, that's convenient. So you can say you cast a cast of crabs. Where can I find the deck list? Let's see. You're in YouTube chat. I will go over and drop a link for you. Get the command in Twitch chat easily, but there's the YouTube link. Giganta. Yeah, no problem. Please be storm. Please be storm. Please be storm. Please be storm. Doesn't look like storm. All right, well, I guess if I had to choose, I would rather see Ocelot Pride on one. Hold up. Hold up. Are we gonna Are we going to get to do the thing against the deck? I have to like take a hit off the cat. I need to be able to spell snare a raptor or a Johnny. All right, we're going to take a gamble. Take a little trip down gamble lane. I think I'm going to naturally draw right here. Pass. I think I need like another land just naturally drawn, and then I can worry about getting back Dark Blast. Nice. Well, if the One Ring wasn't a card, I would love to just Windmill Slam this Graveyard Trespasser. Guess I can play Tameo. If you want to like Flage, kill the Tameo, I've got plenty of ways to deal with the Flage. If they want a One Ring, I've got Counterspell. They want to go Giganta to hand, I'm happy. I just want lands. I appreciate the way this hand is coming together. Could just play out a 5/5 Murktide, hold up Counterspell. Kind of mid. Saw a streamer playing Oculus Reanimator and Legacy. Good deck, or is that an optical illusion? Go sit in the corner and think about what you've done. I can't see a world where with all of the busted stuff you can reanimate in Legacy, you look up and say, man, I really want to get back an Oculus here. That just like doesn't compute with me. What do I think of the new Kiora and this archetype? I mean, I don't think it's very good. I think people are going to try it to play it and give it its fair shot. I don't think it adds anything substantial or does anything you're particularly interested about having in the deck. Amped Raptor into Static Prison has got to be just the most feels bad thing in Modern for a FrogTide player. You have the Flage too. Yep. Opponent, are you stream sniping? Like, why on earth are you sandbagging all of these 2-for-1s against the counterspell deck? Like, there's surely no way that you're just thinking, oh, they've got a Dark Blast, so I'm not casting Raptor, a Johnny. Maybe I'm wrong, but that seems super not correct if it's the case. I believe you're going to warm up to Kiora, same as with the Frog. I don't think I've ever been like cold to the Frog. I just didn't play it well and didn't feel like I was playing it or playing the Frog discard play patterns very well. But I never thought it was like a bad card. I think we'll just go to game 2. Like, I let the bombardment resolve and felt good after they didn't do anything like turns 3 or 4 or whatever. And I have no idea why you would just sandbag double Raptor a Johnny with the bombardment out, like waiting for me to tap out. Like I said, if you sit there and just pass those and make me get back Dark Blast a bunch of times, like, you're winning that game ridiculously easily, right? Your flips Tameo, so does Preordain, Consider, Cling to Dust, Frog, Tameo flips Tameo. Like in a vacuum, unearthing Tameo, I think is a pretty bad play. Like if you have the right hand, you've got an Oculus in hand, you've got another Unearth in hand, then sure, unearthing Tameo looks great. But just about every other case, I don't see scenarios where you're wanting to unearth Tameo if you have the option to unearth like a frog or an Oculus or anything else. Feels like a trap hand. Unearthing the Kiora, ideally careful study at home. Well, I appreciate the boundless optimism. Go for careful study in modern. If they're not going to give us faithless looting, they're not going to give us careful study, unfortunately. Can't say I really blame them. All right. Well, fatal push this guide and then see if we get hit with something scary. Ready for the Ajani? Oh, static prison on an empty board. I am shocked and appalled. How dare you, static prison on an empty board? I'm only bargaining, says player that would never pitch a careful study to a force. You're not wrong. I wouldn't pitch a careful study to a force. This depends on what I'm playing. All right, Toxic Deluge off the top. Toxic Deluge. Toxic Deluge. Pitch Kiora to force. Well, then obviously you don't care about Kiora that much if you're willing to just throw her away like that. Yep. So this means my best draw is Graveyard Trespasser. That I can exile the Flage, stabilize a little life. Okay. Step 1 complete. Not gonna lie, I'd rather play against Grief Scam than Energy. Same. Same all day, every day. So, just dead here, right? Attack with everything. I block. They deal 3, sack off, and I die. Ugh. Energy is just such like an abysmally feels bad matchup. Like, I can't think of a lot of decks where one, everything they cast scales incredibly well going into the late game. Like, I think about Green Sun Zenith. And like the reason Green Suns was banned is because it was good, like phenomenally good at all points in the game. Turn 1, you play it and go get your Dryad Arbor. Turn 3, you play it and go get your Scavenging Ooze or whatever. Turn 5, you play it and you go get your Thrun or your Chameleon Colossus or whatever other green payoff you can possibly want. Or you ramped into some big dude, whatever. And then I think of Energy, and it's like Ocelot Pride. 1 mana play that starts clogging up the board. Can be a 1 mana win con if you don't have an answer for it. If you play it later, then you run the risk of them having City's Blessing and it just doubling everything. So scales well. Amped Raptor, you see it on 2, flips into another 2-drop. It's cool, it's good. You see it later when you got Energy, and all of a sudden it's flipping into like Blood Moons and One Rings and stuff. One Ring itself scaling any time you possibly see that card. A Johnny early clogs up the board and starts attacking. A Johnny late, flip off the token to a removal spell of your own, or Goblin Bombardment, flip it into a Planeswalker and start burning face. Guide of Souls early, clog up the board, gain a little life. Guide of Souls late with Energy, just start ramping up everything into a flying attackers. Galvanic Discharge kills everything on curve on 1. See it later with Energy, kills everything. Like, that just, every piece of it is great at every stage of the game, except for exactly like the One Ring on turn 1. But if you have a turn 1 guide, turn 2 Aether Hub, Raptor, flip into a 1 Ring. That's like unbeatable. Chameleon Colossus mentioned. Chameleon Colossus is great. One of my favorite stories is I went to a team event at SEG Dallas, I believe. Team Trios Modern. And I'm playing Grixis Control. Like old school Corey Burkhart, 4 Snapcaster, 4K Command, 4 Cryptic Command, Grixis Control. And round 1, I'm on the draw, and my opponent goes land Arbor Elf. And I don't have a bolt or a fatal push. And I'm like, well, a little unfortunate. Hopefully I can find a way to kill the elf or a way to counter like the blood moon on 2 or something. And I find a spell pierce. So I'm like, okay, dope. I can kill the blood moon, or I can counter the blood moon, or I can counter the like molten or stone rain effect, and kind of stabilize from there. And they just go turn 2, like Utopia Sprawl up my forest, 2, untap 2, Chameleon Colossus. Like in the blind, game 1, very first round, very first game of this entire event. And I'm sitting there with a hand of like terminate, K command, like Snapcaster. It's like, what the hell? All right. So I'm just playing FrogTide here so I can get it down before they can counter it. I don't think I care about holding up Sink into Stupor. I'll hold on to the Otawara for an extra turn in case I find another land. I can possibly like Otawara Charbelcher. You think if you were playing an Oculus build, you'd play something like Brazen Borrower to bounce Grave Hate, Leyline Rip, or just lean hard on the main board, Sink into Stupor, and counter magic? I would just have a sideboard plan against Grave Hate that involves something like, what's it called that we just played? Graveyard Trespasser, or something similar to try to fight that way. Like if you want to run Brazen Borrower, you can run it, but I don't think it's that particularly good. You have the Sink. If they have Sink into untap, kill me. Clearly luck was not on our side. I should have kept that frog in hand. Did I? Right. Dark Blast. No. I wouldn't have been able to dredge with Dark Blast and Frog. Have Tameshi. Kind of like how Phoenix and Pioneer plays Crackling Drake, a threat gets around the hate. Exactly. Now with their 6 cards in hand, I guess one of them's a land. Maybe they whiff, but I doubt it. I guess it's possible that their hand's really, really bad. They don't have the kill. Feelings on Dark Blast so far? Not it. Like, we even saw it that game 1 against Boros last round and killed an Ocelot Pride on 1, and then it just did nothing the rest of the game. They didn't play out their X1s. We eventually played a FrogTide, and they like swarmed the board, overloaded Dark Blast, and I couldn't afford to dredge it back because I needed to naturally draw and try to hit lands. Dark Blast Science has truly gone too far. It's our Amulet Titan tech. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. I'm going to triple Dark Blast in our Boreal Grazer. All right. Tony does the thing. Realistically, I should make him show me everything, but we're not that serious about it. Holding, needle, dispute, consign. Need all the spell bombs. All right. Thought I had a reasonable chance that game. It was one of those games where like you feel good because you can spell snare an archaeologist or something like that, and they just never have the archaeologist. So spell snare sitting there doing nothing. I could have let the Sink into Stupor on the FrogTide resolve and go for counterspell the Tameshi, but I don't know, having no clock feels worse than trying to play around something. Have you played the Undercity Informer tech against Belcher? I have not. I think it's better in the Unearth builds than like the traditional builds like this. But I'm not like breaking down the doors to play it regardless. Like, I'm not a big fan of having a card like that that's a one of, maybe, because you can't be playing 2 or 3 Undercity Informers in your sideboard, but like a one of that's only relevant against exactly one specific matchup, and the chances of seeing that one of are like fairly low in the time you need to see it. Plus, if you have it like on the draw, probably not even fast enough. The only thing I've seen that did look really good into Tameshi was I saw some Grixis lists with like a playset of the was it the one in red blow up a land, its owner can search for a basic, draw a card. That looked pretty hot to be able to fight over their lands plus draw. Yeah, Cleansing Wildfire. Difference between hands with and without frogs seem immense. That's because they are. Like, if you see a frog on 2, especially if you have protection for the frog, then you can see why the deck is a tier 1 deck. But if you don't have a frog, and worse yet, if you spend too much time kind of fumbling around, you can see why the deck still loses games. But it is funny, like, I'm looking at my hand right now and thinking, how can I possibly lose with this hand? And I still 100% do not feel safe against Belcher. But yeah, the Cleansing Wildfire plan to me looks a lot better. I don't think I would ever splash red just for Cleansing Wildfire, but I just like what it's doing. Show me a land. So many consigned memories. Okay. Hmm. Should just discarded a consign to the frog, but here we are. I wonder if they're even on the 2 mana plays. Like, going this long and not seeing any Philology Archaeologists or Thundertrap trainers is kind of crazy. Show me a land. Use to give me that land, don't they? Discard the hand size again. Listen to the dog in here. All right. So if I force the Lotus Bloom, Back to negation. Act resolves. Force the Lotus Bloom. I want this Lotus Bloom in exile. I don't want it in their graveyard if I can help it. I think I'll keep and play Tameo. Tameo attacks next turn, can make a treasure to get Revolt and kill a Tameshi. Blue, you know what I mean. Something I can sacrifice to play Fatal Push with Revolt. Yeah, we'll play that out. Is there a world where I want to name Tameshi instead of Charbelcher? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. I'm going to see how this goes. Could go poorly, but unable to scream. This becomes a 0-2 with a counter. Not doing a very good job of attacking in. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. So I can force this and still hold up Mystical Dispute if they go for a Charbelcher. Meshi can resolve. Now, if they block with the Tameshi, I can just discard the Fatal Push. Flip Tameo. Pick up. Buy back something next turn. Tameo. Yeah, exiles and returns. So I can Fatal Push the Tameshi. Just in case. Can't attack the Tameo. Can't find like a sink into stupor for Pithing Needle. And I'm pretty sure the very first thing I do is get back Counterspell. Okay. Yeah. What you think of that, Belcher? One Annihil Spellbomb on the draw. Nope. All right. Jiggy, thank you so much for the well wishes. Greatly appreciate it. Have an awesome rest of your evening. What is the current Belcher list looking like? Is this person like just literally not playing any of the 2-drop things, or none of them playing the 2-drop stuff anymore? Ah, no, they are. Thought you could get me, but I saw through you. Hmm. Well, if they have an answer to the frog, it kind of sucks. Trey, what's up? So I have to be watching how the match has been. Been okay. Like the first league was fine. The second league, I think ended up losing 2 matches to Mill, which I was not really expecting. Pretty sure the Flare 2-drop build is the best. I would assume so, but like going through all of game 1 and all of game 2 without seeing a single 2-drop or flare is a pretty big pretty big uncertainty, right? Really makes you unsure of what they're playing if you see that much. Go ahead. Try to save this cling to dust for Tameshi. Oop. Okay. Find a whir of invention. Pack in. Get a counter or two on that frog. Well, I haven't had anything I could discard up until now. Like, I would love to just get a counter on the frog, but do I want to trade in a cling that can take out a Lotus Bloom in the hopes of finding something that can answer another piece? Or take out a preordain before, like, discard a preordain and hope to find a counter spell before I actually did? I don't think I've had any, like, obvious discards. Love to find another land. So if I counterspell this, they Flare of Denial. I pass turn. I know they have a Whir of Invention. Okay. Meshy targets the bloom. We pray to a higher power that they don't have another counterspell. All right. So if we had discarded earlier to put a counter on the frog, we'd still be like 3 turns off killing them. And we used every single resource we had and still might lose this one. So that. Now I'm sitting on Cling to Dust, Force, Pitch something, Consign. I couldn't ditch anything before damage because if I didn't draw a blue card, then I couldn't hold up or couldn't play everything because I got to pay 4 for the Consign or pay 4 for the Cling. Target the Lotus Bloom. Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any chance you slam the Merc there and threaten 1 turn clock? I don't think there's any reason to because I've got the Tameshi part covered. Hopefully. Psychic Frog can hopefully draw me into some stuff to get out of it. Never mind. This is targeting 4s. So they're going to put the force back into my hand, and I'm just going to be able to recast it. Ling takes out the Lotus Bloom. And discard that one pretty freely. Dude. Of course, I discard the Merc. So I can discard both of these and be able to attack in. All right. Retamio, yeah, is correct. If I discard the shores and keep the consign, I couldn't attack into the Tameshi if they kept it back. So I just wouldn't like progress my clock at all. Also wouldn't have stopped this, so consign didn't matter too much. I guess it matters if they Seagate into a Belcher with the mana available. 3, 6, 4, and 11. So I don't have enough to Seagate plus draw into a Belcher. Don't have enough to Seagate, draw into the Belcher. Or wait, no, they still have a land drop for turn. Never mind, they do have enough. 3, go down to 2, pick up the land, go up to 5, play the land. Oh no, there's still one short. Three for Bloom. Go down to 2. Pick up the land, get the Bloom back. Go up to 5. No, then they play a land for turn. Tap it for 6. Go down to 4. Pick up the land, replay the Bloom, go up to 7, and they have enough to Belcher kill me. Or that, I guess. That'll let me cling to dust. And cling the bloom, potentially. They found a flare of denial, so... I guess it's better to cling than it is to go for the FrogTide here. If they have to flare, I get the flare out of hand. Like, get the flare out of hand and get rid of the Tameshi. Or just get rid of the bloom. Okay. This is your deck build. Did you leave a link, or is it in the YouTube chat? So we want to see bolt in a land, play like a Thunder Trap or an Archaeologist. Here's a FrogTide. Did they know about the FrogTide? Or was that a blind draw? I guess they couldn't play the Jwari Disruption on 2 anyway. Yeah. Should have just held up the Spell Snare instead of going for the FrogTide. Rough one. Rough league. I don't know. Like, I don't feel bad about the list. We're going to lose the Boris matchup regardless. Seeing double mill in the leagues, kind of whatever. Belcher, I know, at least according to like the metagame data, Belcher's got a positive matchup against us. It always feels like it should be a little bit closer. Let's see. I blame Dark Blast. probably a fair blame. We did see Dark Blast a couple times when we absolutely did not want the card. So, pretty easy cut going forward. Trespasser was okay. We didn't really see Trespasser matchups. Did get a win off Tamiyo early. Like, Tamiyo soloed the Tron matchup just about. Let's see. No discard land for +1/+1 on Frog. They had the enchantment on there to remove all of its abilities. You should have put counters on Frog way earlier when I said to. Just hitting for 1 damage off the bat is terrible. Like, you recognize we went through all the cards in our hand. We used all the cards we had. If we had put a counter on earlier, we still wouldn't have outraced them. And we still didn't have enough interaction to kill. So, like, discarding to the Frog would not have changed any of that. And discarding into it blindly is just playing into that 1 mana enchantment. Like, they shut down the Frog and all of a sudden you discarded cards for no reason in the hopes that they would draw you into something relevant. Consider seems a bit suspect. Well, I was trying to take some inspiration from the Legacy list that I played in that Creator Showdown and bring over like the 8 1-mana cantrips instead of Ponder and Brainstorm to kind of help out with Tamiyo, help with finding FrogTide. But I do end up trimming on cantrips a lot post-board. So it might be better to just cut like the considers, like you mentioned, for a few more pieces of some sort of interaction. But I don't really know what interaction I want to have. Because if I cut them for like spell pierces or add a couple spell pierces, that would be really nice, except against Boros, where it's really rough. If I cut them for more removal spells, then that's nice against Boros, but not good enough to like sway the percentages, and really bad into Storm and Belcher and Amulet and like everything else. So could easily be like those flex spots or something, even the 4th Force if you're not as big a fan of Force as me, but I'm a huge fan of Force. So those 4 for something. I just don't really know what that something is. You could easily take these 4 and just go 4th Bowmaster, 4th Shoot the Sheriff, or 2nd Shoot the Sheriff, Harbingers or Thoughtseize or something in the main. And I think that's perfectly reasonable. Probably go Harbinger. It's nice having a little main deck hate for like Tron or random shifting woodlands decks, greedy mana decks. And then every now and then you get an oops, I win against Boros. But I don't think, like, I think Harbinger is great when people don't play around it. The problem is a lot of people right now are just playing around it. Like, as soon as they see you're on Dimir, they get their basics and it kind of goes out the window. I've been working really well with 2 Subtlety. I just can't get behind Subtlety. Like, I don't think Subtlety does anything I care about. The only matchups it's good into, in my opinion, are Amulet Titan that you're like favored against anyway. The traditional Murktide mirror, but I don't think it's very good against the Oculus Unearth builds. And that's about it. Every other matchup, it seems pretty bad to like go down 2 cards to put your Amped Raptor back on top of your library and like still have to answer it next turn. Let's see. And Dingo's playing standard. Shy's playing commander. All right. We're going to send everybody over to C. Favretto, one of the other MTGO content creators. So if you're wanting to check out some standard gameplay, feel free to stick around, share some love from the chat. Oh, spelled wrong, name wrong. Raid. C. Favretto. So if you want to check that out, feel free to stick around, share some love from the channel. Otherwise, dropping a few links in chat to Twitch, or not, we're on Twitch. Twitter, in case you want to know when the live stream's happening. Blue Sky, we got the setup over there done a couple days ago. I'll start posting like going live notices on Blue Sky. Discord, if you want to come join the Control Freak Discord. And YouTube, if you want to check out the YouTube channel. Other than that, I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your evening. Thanks so much for coming and hanging out. Go enjoy some good food and company, and I will catch y'all back live later. Adios for now.